mistakes here. We just have happy accidents.
Put 'em up. Put 'em up.
No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool. Nothing else.
The trouble with Scotland is that it's full of Scots.
When things look bad, and it looks like you're not gonna make it, then you gotta get mean. I mean plumb mad dog mean. Because if you lose your head and you give up, then you neither live nor win. That's just the way it is.
Your assignment tonight is strategic. You can't give the enemy a break. Send them to hell.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to VP4 TV. Welcome to Slim. Welcome to Brainfill Out, Semi-Pro, Bill, and anybody else I might have missed. I was intended to do Friday Night 9-Ball, but I was told I didn't think Nikk would show up, but Nikk has appeared in the lobby. Formerly, I believe, is known as Niksana from VP3 from Bulgaria. Against Tommyy from Germany, who, having a quick look down, he's not in the lobby yet as far as I can see, so we're waiting on him arriving. This is a first round match in the 2023 VP4 9-Ball World Championship, race to 19, going at the top of the hour. We're about 4 minutes away, and as of the last time I checked, there were 15 in Friday Night 9-Ball. There's still a chance that it might fill up. I hope I'm coming through loud and clear. Yeah, I think you might be right, Slim. Quick look, we'll do a quick refresh. Still one seat available. We've got Mark has signed up, Chimpy, DJ Redo, Eloquente, Mr. Fox, Jez Dev, John Boo, Christian, Larry, One Pocket Slim, Popman, Spectre, Don, Stefan, Travelling TT, and VP Monster. So one more would give us a full house. Well, Albinario contacted Niksana, or Nikk, as he now is called. He had him on, what the hell's it called, on Facebook, or Messenger, or whatever it is, and asked him if he was going to show up, and I'm reliably informed by Albinario that he was going to, so he has now. All we need to do now is get Tommyy to show up, and we'll have a match. Oh, Tommy's in the room. He's in a room. So I don't know what level that Niksana is playing at in VP4. As I say, I've never ever seen him online. I've never seen the name. So we wait and see, and we'll make our own judgments once we get to look at him. As far as the rest of the bracket's concerned, let me see if I can find a damn thing. Cause Steve hasn't put the thing up now. I have to put the banners up. He hasn't put a notice up on the homepage. That way you can just click the link there. So I have to keep bringing the banners up to get to it. There we go. We've got this match tonight. We've got Sergaresh and Mooncake on Sunday night on the one loss side. Linus against Viking on Monday at 7 PM. One loss side. And then we've got the one a week tonight between Bill and Albinario. That's the one to look forward to next Friday. So we are about, 3 minutes away from the room going up. In fact, let me just go in and set the cloth colour, because I think that it is at default. I hate having to do this all the bloody time. I ranted at Steve about this a long while ago, where you should be able to keep different cloth colours, but he never listens. Right, so that's that done. And come out of that. Right, we're good to go. So nobody can predict how this is going to go, because nobody's seen how Nick plays. We've got no clue. Well, Ronnie got his comeuppance this afternoon. He's been pissing about with this tip. The tip fell off twice in one match, once in another match, and it's so bloody unreliable. And I think at the end of it, he could hardly pot a ball. I think the problem was when he did put side on the cue ball, he was pretty much all over the place. So he got gubbed 5-0 from the young Chinese fella. I think Mark Allen's playing tonight. I'm missing the snooker the night for this. Right, so we're almost at the top of the hour. We'll get ready. Now, I haven't spoke to Steve since the last time. Now, that was the first time Steve ever messaged me on Facebook. I send him umpteen messages on Facebook whenever VP4 goes tits up, and I never get a reply for him. But he sent, for the first time, he contacted me on Facebook telling me to go to a doctor, and I told him where the doctors can go, because I've not been to a doctor in 40 years. And that was the last time I've spoke to him, or in text, that is. So I don't know whether he's coming in or dropping in or not, but I'm already in, what do you call it? I'm not in the channel, but I've got, what the hell's it called again? Discord. I've got Discord up. So anyway, well, good luck to Slim in the Friday night 9-ball. The room is up. The two players are in. They've probably lagged off, or they're just about to. Tommy's on the right-hand side. Quick check. Yeah, the audience are in. So Tommyy has won the lag. And again, he's breaking top right-hand corner of the box. And straight away, a corner ball has gone in. The 9 is going in as well, amongst others. 9 gets respotted. He's on the 1. He's going to have to go 3 rails to avoid colliding with the 9 or the 6. So the path is there to get around and out for this 2 ball. He's got to just watch the pace he doesn't overhit it. And like I said, he has to watch the pace he doesn't overhit it. So he's overhit that by 3 feet. Now he might just try, I don't know whether he's going to be brave and try and roll up behind the 3, or whether he's going for the bank. It looks as if he's going for the bank. Well played. Now again, this is a judgment of pace. He doesn't want to hook himself on the 8 ball. He wants to maybe bump into it if he can. But certainly avoid it at all costs. And that's better pace. Well, Ronnie O'Sullivan's far from retiring. He still plays far too good. I mean, you don't see any significant signs that he's going downhill. He's far from that. You've seen that in a lot of players over the years go downhill. Steve Davis went on 10 years too long. So he did. And likewise with Jimmy White, he's already well past his sell-by date. You know, he's not playing to a standard that's getting him anywhere deep into tournaments. Well, this is a good solid start from Tommyy, provided he gets the 9 in, and we've seen how these little cutbacks in the 9 ball can cause problems. Well, Nikk is sporting a 2245 rating, so he's going to have plenty of opportunity to prove that rating once he gets a shot. So Tommyy breaking from the same spot. Now that corner ball flew into the top left the last time, and I don't know what went into the other corner pocket in the right, but something flew in there. The 8 ball's gone there, and now this most certainly won't be a run out. Ducking for cover, and he hasn't quite got it. Problem for Nikk is that he's limited by what he can do here. Can't get enough of the left hand side of the 1 ball to go anywhere. And now I don't know whether he can't get away from that 1 ball, I don't think, and skim past the 4. Well, that's a great shot. That is nailed to the 9. And the problem with that is it's so nailed to the 9 that cuts down a whole lot of angles to get anywhere near this 1 ball. Well, I think that if he gets close to this, it'll be a miracle. Well, the 3 fouls is on now, unless Tommyy thinks he can get behind the 1 and pot it down into this corner. Well, there may well be enough room to get there. He's still got to be able to see the 3 ball. 3 ball goes into the side. He looks as if he's going to bump the 1 in off the 3. Stays on the 2. 3 balls wide open. And dare I say it, it should be 2-0. So that really tight safety on the 9 ball there from Tommyy has given him a great opportunity to open up the gap straight away. Used to go past the 5. Just got there. Now, ideally, if he finishes inside the 4 ball on the rail, that would be perfect. And that will do nicely because that gives you the angle for this cue ball to come out. Now he can stun out, or the chicken and out shot is to let it run forward. The stun out is the one that keeps you closer to the 5, that should make it more comfortable getting down onto the 6. So he's letting it run. Now the problem is he's got to avoid that 7 ball. That's the problem. And he's bumped it on the right side. It takes him up towards the 7, the 6. 7 over the side, 9 ball, no problem, 2-0. I'll have a quick drink. Oh dear. Well, no, commentators curse again. Big mistake by Tommyy. But like I said, had he did what I suggested and stunned out, he'd have been closer and he wouldn't have been interfering with the 7. And he would have got nicer on the 6 and he wouldn't have lost the rack. So, an unexpected bonus there for Nikk, staring at 2-0 and sold out there, Tommyy. Nikk, I think, has come up dry. Now that 2 ball goes past the 6 and the 7, but the angle on the 1 means that he's going up top and needs to get in the gap between the 7 and the 8. Now, if he bumps the 5 or the 9, well, that'll do it. I thought he was going to hit it harder than that, but that's fine. Now Tommyy has to make up for that mistake in the second rack. Well, here's the problem: getting good on the 5, the 4 to get to the 5. And he's going to end up using the 9 ball just to hold for the 6 here. He might go 2 rails. Let's have a quick look. Oh, he's going to be hampered over the 6 though. That just doubles the difficulty in this shot. Just makes it more uncomfortable. Well, the cue ball's running away slightly, but he'll take that. That was a good shot. Didn't rush into it. Got himself set. And now has the little angle on the 7. The 7 is off the rail. Now the 8 ball may well be going into this left side pocket if he just lets the cue ball do its thing, but it looks as if he's coming back. And that's perfect. So the break was dry from Nikk, and Tommyy does the business. This is what you have to do in this tournament. When you're given a table where you can run out, you have to simply do it. The 5 ball goes into the bottom right, 8 ball goes into the bottom left. Shot in the 1 ball. 4 ball isn't a problem. And once again, sounding like a broken record, he's got to be out. Oh, he's overcut that by a country mile. Well, shoes on the other foot now. Nick's back at the table, not thinking he was going to get a shot, and he has to prove this 2,200 on odd rating and take this out. And he stuck himself to the rail. Well, I think the main objective here is again potting the 4 and not interfering with the 7. And you can just kill the ball stone dead and leave yourself on that 6. Well, the angle's there on the cut in this 7 to bring the cue ball back across, so no problem. And it's always good when your opponent has, missed a shot on a wide open table and given you that chance. It's always good that you back yourself up and you do the business. It just lets your opponent know that, you're here to play a match and you're here to take these opportunities and you're capable of doing it. You're going to do it. This time, Nikk gets the 1 ball in the break, but no joy. He's blocked off in the 2, but look at the table, so he's got to get a good safety in here, or a push out, whatever it's going to be. He has to make sure he doesn't leave himself in the trap here. If he plays down the bottom end of the table here, he's going to be in bother. If he's playing down here by the 5 or anything like that, he's going to be in trouble in a minute. Now, it wouldn't do any harm going up table and leaving a bit of that 2 ball showing. Well, he's staying down the bottom of the table, but he's going to be in bother, because that 3 and 6 ball there are just asking to be locked up behind. And, you've got to see that coming. In fact, Tommyy might even have a blast at the 2 ball. But he could put Nikk in trouble. But he's gone for it, and the cue ball needs to come out far enough. And I think it has. So again, example there of a poorly thought out push out. I mean, you shouldn't be playing a push out where your opponent's actually got a shot, let alone a pot. Something difficult, something that might be pushed back to you, but certainly not something where you're giving the guy an open pot. And that's a big side pocket where the 7 ball is. In fact, 7 ball is right over the pocket pretty much. He's got to watch he doesn't catch too much of this 7 ball. If he catches any of it, that is. It's gone in clean. Well, this looks like it's going to be 1 back at Nikk for his poor safety. So again, Tommy's sending the message back to Nikk. Your safety's got to be a lot better than that, because I'm going to do this, given the chance. So Tommyy going back into the lead. Quick tab out. Right, I'm going to tab out again. Well, Tommyy said 2 balls in the break, the 5 and the 8 there. Just give me a second. I'm just going to shut down Discord. It's just using up resources here. Hang on. So clearly Steve wasn't intending to come in, so it's shut down now. Now that 3 ball looks fairly tight. 2 or 3 millimetres off the rail, but look at where he stuck himself. Right over that 4 ball, and this is going to be tough. Cue ball's going to have the angle and the bounce off the side rail and head over somewhere towards that 9 ball. Well, he's jacking up to punch it in, and it might have been better just to let that take its natural course. You know, the cue ball would have been a distance from the 4. It would have been over by the 9 somewhere, instead of trying to get too good and ending up in trouble. I mean, this 4 ball, I think it will cut. I think it might well cut, but you need to just scrape it with a cigarette paper and no more at 100 mile an hour. But he doesn't think it goes. Probably doesn't. But that has to go down as another, well, wrong shot choice from Tommyy. I mean, it could have panned out and landed very nice and it would have looked good, but to me, you had to take the more percentage way of doing it and let that cue ball just come out. Focus in the pot. He would have still had the shot, but he would have had it from distance. And now he's given Nikk a chance to square the match again. Now this needs to go down below the 7, unless he's wanting to come back up the table. He needs to watch that side pocket if he's doing anything like that. Yeah, he needs to just get over, and that'll do it. You know, that's just keeping it simple. Well, both players have punished one another for the mistakes. Back all square. 3 racks all. 1 ball in the side this time. Now, has Nikk got a shot in the 2? The answer is yes, he does. And this is a perfect table. Just got to stay in that gap between the 5 and 6. And maybe punch this in a wee bit to get the cue ball off the rail. He's a bit straight in the 2, but he wants to make sure he's not nailed to the rail when he's trying to play the 3 ball. Because he's got to get the cue ball moving in the right direction so he can get to the 4. And of course the other problem with the 4 ball is, depending on how he ends up getting on it, there's a fair chance he's going to take a chunk of that 8 ball. And that's too soft, I think. He's going to be in dire straits here. Well, Tommyy might be getting a reprieve, and that, I think, is a foul. I think he hit the 8 first. So both players have made positional errors. And it looks like it's Nick's turn to be punished. This is just again a fiddly little angle on this 5 ball to get on the 6. Yeah, he's managed to miss the 6. So, I mean, there's no harm in staying below the 7 and going up and down the table for the 8. Oh dear, you see, again, Tommy's thinking too much about getting on the mark there for the 7. You know, take your medicine. Don't try and get too cute. And he's taking his eye off the ball. Missed a sitter of a 6 ball. And he's thrown away the rack. So there's too many errors already from Tommyy. He's going to have to settle down. Above all, though, Nikk just has to keep taking advantage of these errors and making the most of them. Yeah, the ratio of errors for Tommy's already too high. You know, you've got to be a lot cleaner if you're going to go deep in this tournament. So, Nikk with a 4-3 lead, a ball in the break, and again no real shot. But has he learned from his mistake in the previous or the earlier rack, where he played a poor safety, a poor push out? Well, he played the little combo in the 8, that was nice. And now he has to back that all the way by running out. But you'd think after, 7 or 8 racks that both of these guys will find their pace and find their feet and settle down. The trouble is, though, by the time Tommy's done that, he may well be finding himself 2 racks behind. Now, the 9 ball is comfortably off that side rail, so there shouldn't be any issue there. The only issue being that this 6 ball needs to be stunned in, or the cue ball needs to go forward and out. He needs to get away from rails here with this cue ball to give him better control on the shot in the 7. And he had the angle to get up the table, and that'll work. So Tommy's mistakes costing him 2 racks so far. And we've got daylight between the two of them. 5 racks to 3. Four ball into the side, 8 ball into the bottom right hand corner. Shot in the 1 ball, shot in the 2. Now, is that 6-9 a combo? No, it isn't. So the 6-9 is going to be the problem. Now, there's a risky shot here to be played. You can pot that 2 and bump into the 6 and 9 and hope you've still got a shot in the 3, maybe up the table into that top right hand corner or somewhere. But that's a risky shot to take, but you might only get one chance. Well, this time the 6 and 9 are definitely going to be moving. Now, he wants to play this gentle that he brushes off the 2 of them, but he's going to leave a difficult 5 ball if he does that. If he gives it a smack, well, he's avoided it, and he needs to keep avoiding the 7 as well. And that's a good shot.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
Problem is, he's still got the problem. But he's done the right thing. Stop Tommy in trouble. Now, Tommy, if he's going to bang up and down the table, the one thing he doesn't want to do is bump the 5 and somehow collide with the 6 and 9. That would be the fatal mistake here. Well, he's hit the 5. Of course, he's left the 5 on, but he's left Nikk with a problem. But he does have an angle where he can draw into this cue ball and spin off the rail and try and maybe get some sort of hit on this 6 and 9. Well, he's decided he's going to leave the combo and it's nowhere near set. So the gap that's between the 6 and 9 is enough to cut this 6 that way and catch the 9 and send it over the hole. And that was well done. And that's a good out. And it's now a 3-rack lead for Nikk. So the penalty has been a lot more severe than Tommyy maybe thought. And Nick's got a couple of balls in the break. At least a couple. The 1 and the 7 have gone. He's got a dicey shot in the 2 ball. But, you know, if he gets this 2 and gets on that 3, the alarm bells will be ringing already for Tommyy here. Well, he's gone for the bank. And Tommy's been reprieved. So Tommy's going to have to deliver here before this gap gets any bigger. And just a little roll through. This should all be meat and drink. It's simple now. But had that 2 ball gone in and Nikk had gotten a 3, there would have been a bit of a crisis on for Tommyy. So in one sense it's another 2-rack swing here with what's just happened. Of course Tommyy now needs something on the break here to try and get a run. Doesn't look as if he's getting any joy. 9 ball's going to get kicked in though. Well, he's got a cut in the 1 in the side, but the cue ball, he's going to have to drop this dead weight if he still wants to be maybe able to see the 2. I think he's got way too much angle. Yeah. Now the 2 ball does cut in the side. It does go. But once again, can he pot this dead weight and still hold for the 3 up there? He might even take a bit of this 4 ball. He's avoided that, but he's overcut the 2. You know, he's got that in mind about the 3 ball. And I think if he'd maybe just let the cue ball run, he still had the option of ducking for cover. But with that position where the 4 and the 7 are, the 4 certainly doesn't go in the side. It does go past the 5 that way, and of course it goes into this corner. And by the angle that Nick's got in this 3 ball, the cue ball could head up towards the 6, and he would still have that shot in the 4 past the 5. It looks a lot tighter from this angle though. You know, there isn't much room there at all. He's got a pretty damn good line there on the 4 ball though. That was a good shot. Well, I hope for his sake. I thought for a second he was lining up for the 5. Well, he's just getting his bearings. And that's a perfect angle. Provided he avoids the scratch on the right hand side, he'll be on the 6 ball. And the pace is good. Well, he's definitely finding his pace. So these last 4 balls to open that gap to 3 again. Dead weight, and he's on the 9 anyway. Not a problem. So Tommy's had his wake-up call here. (7-4). And it just puts more pressure on Tommyy to produce when he is given that chance. Cut out the errors. Well, the 1 and the 5 ball have gone. He's got a little dinky cut in this 2 into the side. Got to watch how he comes off this 4 ball. If he catches it left side, he might end up behind the 7 and 9. He's got to watch the pace. Oh, he's hit it full in the face, so he's still got the cut. And again, it's all about the pace here. If he checked the cue ball and he come off the rail and come up into the 7 and 9, it wouldn't be a problem. He doesn't want to leak away with this cue ball. And that's the right idea, using the 7 and the 9. And that's perfectly in the gap. Well, a lot of people would have been saying that Tommy's maybe a bit of an outside contender to win this tournament. But one thing about winning these tournaments, sooner or later you might get involved in a crisis situation where you have to then step up to the plate and dig deep and prove your worth. Well, this will be the ideal situation for Tommyy so far, because he's going to be 4 racks behind. And this is a bit too solid for Tommy's liking, I think. It's a 4 rack lead. Eight ball into the side, something else into the bottom right, might have been a 2 ball. Little bit of a dodgy cut in the 1. Oops, wrong button. Well, I think you just got to ride your luck here that even if you collide with something down here, you might still have a shot in the 3. Well, he's avoided everything there clean. It needs to keep going. Now, does the 3 go past the 5? Yes, it does. It's a bit tight. Problem's not that, though. The problem is going forward and getting into the gap between the 5 and 7 for the 4-9 combo, because that's a shot. And I don't know whether he's got too much angle here in this 3 ball. We'll soon find out, because that's what he's going to be doing. I can't believe he's going to try and come up. I mean, that 4 ball is tight past the 5. Well, he did try and get down for the combo, and he did get there. He pretty much nailed it. But like I said, that was tight past the 5. And Tommyy has got his reprieve. And he must put this away. I'll just take enough of the 5 ball so that it's leaving the 6 into the side. I'll have a quick cough. Of course, the quickest way to get back into this match now for Tommy's finishing this rack off and breaking and running the next couple. That would be the ideal setup. So back to 3. One ball was going in the side, it then get kicked in by the 3, and then the 3's get in the bottom corner. He's wide open on the 2, and the problem's at 8 and the 9. That's the only situation here he's got to deal with. He needs to watch he doesn't nail himself in the 6. Oh dear. Well, I thought the problems were ahead for him, but the problem's right here and now. He's stuck in the 6. Trying to jump over the edge of it. Well, he has done. That was well done. And now he's the wrong side of the 6. Because he could have tried to maybe bump the 8 and 9 and then still be lucky to have a shot in the 7. But he's going to have to do it off the 7. He needs to get off the rail. And he needs to be not too straight like that. But there is enough angle. But I don't think... Has he got enough angle to go 3 rails and catch the 8 ball? Well, he might have if he'd hit it a bit harder. Now what does he do? I mean, that's nowhere near any sort of combo. 8 ball does go into the corner, and this is tough. This is easy according to Steve. I mean, it clearly goes, but you know, this is anybody's guess where it's going to end up though. He's given it a good long thought, trying to imagine that angle and the hit point on this 8 ball. That's a good effort, but it was so difficult. But the gap is going to go back to 4. But once again, Tommyy getting himself out of shape with a wide open table. So Nikk from Bulgaria leads Tommyy from Germany by 9 racks to 5. The break is dry. There's no shot for Tommyy other than trying to duck for cover here, I think. And that ain't it, I'm afraid. I think there's enough of that one ball for it to go. There's a gap to get onto the 4. If he gets that far, because the 3's over a pocket, the 2's wide open down the bottom here. And he didn't want to do that though. And now Nick's in trouble. And Tommyy might have been fearing the worst there, having played again another poor safety. So Tommyy with ball in hand. And now the problem is that 9 ball and 5 ball are closer together, so the 4 ball's more difficult to get to. I mean, it's obvious you can get it down the rail here. Well, I think you can. Even that's a bit touch and go. So this is not a certainty that he's going to get out. And he certainly won't be doing that again. Well, it's just not fallen into place for Tommyy so far. Now, once again, what Tommyy doesn't want to do is smack that 3 and bump the 4 and the 9 and the 5. Well, that's a good result. He'll settle for that one. Well, there you go. That's the rub of the green. Nikk gives it a pop. Splits the balls that we were talking about there. And not only that, he flukes the 3 and everything's wide open. Is he going to take full advantage? He's dead straight in the 5, so he doesn't want to be trying to do anything spectacular with the cue ball here. I think he's pretty straight on it. And he doesn't really need to try and do anything. He just needs to drop the 6 ball in and he's got the 7 into the right hand side pocket. But this gap, well, he's overhit that a bit, because I do believe he may want to have played that into the side. But this gap could be 5 racks in a second or 2. Well, now it is a crisis for Tommyy. So rack number 16, 2 ball in the break. Well, I mean, the 2 does cut up top, we can see that, but it doesn't go anywhere else really. Well, Tommy's got to put Nikk in trouble here. Dead easy, obviously, to do it. But there's trouble ahead for whoever gets control of the table. When I say trouble, there's not any real trouble, because they're all open. It's just getting on them that's the important part. Nothing needs to be moved there. And that 1 ball. Well, I don't believe he was playing the pot, because I don't think the 1 ball went. I think he was trying to get up behind the 5. Well, I think this is a vital rack for Tommyy. And he needs something. He maybe needs a better roll of the ball and cut out the errors to get himself back in this. And he might need a wee bit of assistance also. Well, the important shot's about to come up here because Nikk does not want to interfere with the 9 and 7 when he plays a 6 ball. And he's going to be, I don't think he can come back off that 7 and avoid the 9 to try and just draw behind it, off the 6 onto the 7. Excuse me, the hiccups have started. But if he bumps the 9, the 7's got to go that direction if he doesn't hit this too hard, and he's bound to just go forward, so he's come back off it. I think if he'd studied that shot a bit better, he could have just gone forward. The 7 was always going that direction, and the cue ball maybe just brush off. Well, that is the type of hit you want on the 7 ball to get distance. And now Tommy's under pressure here to play a good one. And that isn't it, I don't think. Is that maybe too much to cut? Yes, it is. I don't think it's really set great for the bank either. Nikk looks as if he's going to try and cut this up the table. Can't believe he's trying to cut it into the side. Yeah, he's gone to the rail too soon. So once again, Tommyy gets a reprieve. So in actual fact, Tommy's safety there did work out. It looked as if it wasn't that great. Certainly the bank wasn't good, and the cut was never going to be easy for Nikk. And another one of these slightly testy 9 balls on the cut. But in it goes clean. And Tommyy is back to within 4. I think that was an important rack to win to stem the flow here. But he's not getting the follow-up. He's come up dry, I think. The only saving grace is that although Nick's got a shot in the 1, he's got nothing easy on this, especially where that 2 ball's sitting. It was sad to hear about Bruce Willis. I never knew that he that he had speech problems. What was it they said he had aphasia or something like that, where he had problems with his words. And obviously the doctors have been looking at him and trying to come up with, they'll obviously have done loads of tests and stuff and to come up with a proper diagnosis. But the diagnosis was not good. He's only what is he? Is he 67? Did they say? You know, that's. I mean, that's once again. Doesn't matter how many millions of dollars you've got. You're only a human being, the same as the rest of us, and you can get all sorts of afflictions. Well, Nikk has got a rub of the green and a roll of the ball there. Missed the 4, rattles it in the jaws, and comes out smelling of roses. Well, Tommy's going to think he's a bit cursed here. So Nick's got ball in hand to inflict more pain on Tommyy after that sequence of events there. Once again, he's dead straight in the 7. It just makes it more awkward. You know, you can draw back and put a bit of bottom left on this. Get the cue ball heading over to the right. He's played it plain ball. And now he has to get this cue ball into a position where he's making his life easier here on this 9. It looks all so easy to get on the 9. He's going to leave it at distance. But these type of shots, as I've always said, I don't like to spend too long looking at this. I look at the angle, see the angle, play the shot. You don't want to ever start doubting yourself. But that's more pain inflicted on Tommyy. It's back to 5. And what's more, Nick's got a couple of balls in the break. I think we'll get a similar situation up top here. The only thing is that the 7 ball definitely isn't going anywhere. That 7 will go into the side. And considering where the 5 ball is, that might not be a bad idea, whoever gets control of this table, because when you play the 5 ball, unless you want to start trying to do daft things, if you're on the 5 ball and you can drop down below here, that 7 ball goes into the side. I'm pretty certain it's clean off the 9 into that side pocket. So I would expect both players to have had a look at that 7 ball from the bottom end or the top end as we're looking. And Nick's going round to have a look. And he should convince himself that that 7 ball will go. But I think he's trying to play 3 fouls here. Is he? Yeah. And I don't think he's actually done anything. I don't think he's touched anything here. It's exactly the same position. So once again, what Tommyy doesn't want to do is to have a slam bang and bump balls onto that 7 and 9. If anything, he's going to have to make Nikk work for this rack. Tommy's got the same problem, obviously, but his problem is trying to hit the 2. Well, now it's not going to be quite as easy to go for the 3 fouls, and Tommyy might have called his bluff there by now giving Nikk ball in hand at this end of the table where the 2 ball is. Again, he's back to have a look at this 7. So he should be convincing himself that if he drops in a 5, he can get behind the 7. Well, has he got enough angle that he can pinch a wee bit? I'm looking at the 3. I'm forgetting the 4s there. Well, he wants some sort of angle on this 5 ball. He doesn't want to be straight. He's got to be able to get the cue ball in behind that, behind that 7. And no sooner have I said that than he's got himself bolt straight in the 5. And again, you know, it's paramount that you see that and you get there. I mean, he can roll through as far as he wants, but he doesn't look as if he's doing that. What the hell is he trying? Is he trying to pinch a bit here and get a bump? No, he's just trying to stun it in and get it through, and that's an excellent shot. Now, I'm convinced the 7 goes. Been talking about that all through the rack, and well, Nikk obviously doesn't think it goes. Did he look closely at that? I was sure it would have went, and I don't think it had ever been moved. My eyes said that 7 ball probably went, but well, he's not going to get to a rail. Oh, it's 3 fouls anyway, isn't it? I forgot Tommyy was in 2. Well, it's now a major crisis. The gap is 6. Nick's had a ball in the break. In fact, he's had 3 balls in the break. The 4's gone, the 7, the 8's gone. He's on the 1, the 2's there, 3's wide open. And the gap's going to get bigger. Well, I think we've seen enough of the calibre of Nikk to know that he's been obviously getting plenty of table time, maybe offline in VP4. I've certainly not seen him ever online in VP4. And he's no mug, as Tommyy will testify to. Well, this is a long road back for Tommyy. It's 13 racks to 6. And a 7 rack gap is a big turnaround. But it's still possible. You've just got to hang on to that belief that things might start going in your favour. But not only do things start to have to go in your favour, you can't miss anything. So Tommy's got all the odds stacked against him here. But right now, with Nick's dry break, Tommyy can immediately reduce that deficit. But every shot he's under pressure. I forgot this is Friday. Steve will be away golfing today. That's where he'll be. Now he needs to go up and have a quick look at that 7 ball. It's off the rail. And obviously he doesn't want to do the numpty thing and come up and scratch. And he's well away from anything like that. So this is the one that's about just judging the pace. He wants to be somewhere up in that right side pocket. And the further up beyond the side pocket, the more he opens up the angle to a pretty much straight in 9 ball. Well, it'll be a bit of a miracle now if Tommyy gets out of this, but It's a long way back, but he's got one. But he can't get the follow-up. It just won't happen. And this is what I said in the first match of this tournament that I streamed. I hadn't seen a lot of any of the others when it had started, but I think that players are going to struggle to find a consistent break. I mean, that's always been the problem with VP4, trying to find any consistent break, but I think the break box limits that even more with the choices that you have within that break box. And Tommyy can't get any consistency here. He wins the rack, but he can't follow it up, and he's desperate. That's exactly what he needs to try and get the juices flowing. And that's nicely into the gap. And this, Tommy's looking at this and he knows this rack's gone. It's going to take something stupid, something careless from his opponent that's going to allow him back in. Yeah, but Tommy's never going to do that, Slim, because he's got no help at all on the follow-up break. Whenever he's winning a rack, he's not getting going in the next one. Well, Steve's obviously back from the golf. Let me do a quick check. Hang on. I'm starting up Discord again just to have a quick look to see if he's in. But I think I've pretty much given this rack to Nikk. Where's this going to go wrong? Well, he's not in Discord, so again, I don't think he's got any intention of coming in. But I've opened it up again. Well, Nikk creeps ever closer to that goal of 19. And it's 14-7, a 7-rack gap. And the 8 ball into the top right-hand corner. 3 ball into the side. A bit of a cut in the 1. Let me just do a quick tab to the bracket because I want to check. Where is this match? Oh, well, that'll be interesting. Look who's lying in wait for the winner of this match. The forum's still open as far as I know, Slim. I haven't been on checking it at all for a long while. I mean, it's been a matter of months since I last went on to have a look at it. But it's still there, but nobody uses it anyway. And that was another thing I asked Steve to do. I asked Steve to put a tab in VP4 that would take people to the forum, but he's never ever bothered doing that either. He just doesn't listen to me most of the time. The first thing he should have done is had a tab to the VP4, the Solaris forum. He could have done that years ago, and he's still not done it. And I'm sick asking him. Good evening to Popman. Quick tab. Yep, he's not there, so I'm shutting down Discord. Just give me a minute. Right, that's enough messing about. Well, this looks good to go on the 4. And a couple of rails just to come around the corner onto the 5. Perfect. Well, Tommy's made his errors early on that cost him racks, but that's not the full story with this. The problem is Tommy's asked for a break after this rack. The problem is that Tommyy, when he's had racks, he's not been able to back it up. He's had no favours in the break to give him that chance to find his feet. He's sort of false starting every time, and that doesn't help your cause. Doesn't matter how well you're shooting, if you can't follow it up and get maybe a 2 or 3 rack run, which is well overdue if you're going to try and find your way back into this. And he's running out of time here now. Now, again, you can play this delicate or you can play it firmer so that the cue ball rolls around and up table and off the top rail. He's playing it delicate, trying to get the dead weight pace there. He's a wee bit short, so he's just got to watch the cue ball's not going to do something daft. I don't think he will, though. Yeah, and there you go. Just not finding the line. And Tommyy has had a lifeline, and maybe that could be the turning point. Tommyy will be hoping it is. You know, that's why I said with that shot that he played in the 8 that you can play it a lot firmer and let the cue ball run up the table and probably get to the top rail and out. You know, and take a risk and not leaving yourself awkward like he did. And so that was one where Nikk just fell a bit short, leaving himself the doubt on that 9 ball there, and in the end that's what cost him. So Tommy's having a little interlude at the moment. I'm going to tab to the lobby because I want to have a quick look and see how Friday Night 9 ball's doing. Let's have a look at the bracket. Tommy's maybe gone for a drink or gone to the bathroom. Well, we're into round 3. Jesdev is getting 5 and out against Mr. Fox. They've just started. It's 0-0. You've got VP Monster waiting on the winner of Spectre Dawn and Slim. Spectre Dawn is now, 1 rack in front, 5-4. And where's Larry tonight? Was he too late for the tourney? The tourney had... Oh no, Larry is there. In fact, Larry's... what the hell happened to Larry? Is Larry watching the stream? Because Larry's forfeited his match with Eloquenti, and Eloquenti get advanced. Anyway, stranger things happen. Welcome to Hazard. Well, that was a quick interlude. Tommy's back. Trailing by 6. He gets a ball in the break this time. He's on the 1 ball, and they're all there, and we know what the next line is. Well, Tommy's well past the stage where it's no miss pull. But that's the first rack that Tommy's won and then had a follow-up rack. The first time in the match, and somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, where he's had a ball in the break on the following rack and he's had the chance to run the table. Now, this is the only one that's going to scupper that chance. It's how he gets on this 6. And he's, well, no sooner have I said that than he's so focused on getting the 6, he's forgetting about the 5. And that, I'm afraid, is one of them. He's trying to get so good on the 6 ball. I mean, it would have even dropped into the side. It's tight, but it would have. And he's completely forgotten about the 5 ball. And that, I'm afraid, after having given himself that opportunity with a follow-up break there and failing to get out, he's just dug another hole in his grave. And it's gone deeper, I'm afraid. And he's going to get punished for it, as he has been all night. Well, I think you can count on one hand the actual sort of errors that Nikk has made, whether it be a positional error, falling short or whatever, or hooking himself. There's certainly not been any more than 5. And Tommy's had too many. Well, Nick's got himself in the worst possible place there, but he's fine. Stuck to the rail. But he's helping himself from Tommy's mistake. The missing the 5 ball, and Tommy will be thumping his head off the desk right now. In fact, he'll have QWERTY embedded in his forehead. No, I haven't seen him at all. And I don't know whether anybody has him in contact and anything on Facebook, and anybody can try and find out. Because there could be another one that's dead, for all we know. And X Games, who normally sits in the lobby day and night, and usually plays cowboy with us in the mornings on my days off, he hasn't been around since Christmas time either. He's disappeared off the face of the VP4 earth. Well, he's not, to be honest with you, he's not given away an awful lot, semi-pro. First of all, he's had racks that he's won, but he's never been able to back it up. That was the first time in the match, in that last rack, where he was able to back up winning the previous rack, having a ball in the break and a shot, and a wide open table to run out, and he's even failed in that. But he made errors early on that got him behind straight away. Well, there's another error, and that's now probably 5 or 6 that Nick's made, missing pots, and Tommy is going to escape here. So it's back to square one for Tommy. He's going to win this rack. He's going to have a break, but it's no good to him unless he gets a ball in a shot. Or if not, he's going to have to put Nikk in deep trouble one way or another to try and create an opportunity to deal with this next rack. What match did you comment, Hugh? I don't get that. And there's exactly my point there. Look at the table. I mean, throw the guy a bone, for God's sake. Look at the table, absolutely wide open. Not a ball, not a sniff of a ball in the break. And Nikk, provided he minds his business here, is going to have another one on the board. Well, with the angle in the 3 here, you don't want to hook yourself behind the 6. And that's perfectly good. Now, with the angle in the 4 here, there's a slight problem. Now, he might be able to go forward and catch some of the 9. He wants to catch it on the right-hand side. In fact, he's just going to do exactly that. Absolutely perfect. The score is about to be, it's 15-9 at the moment to Nikk. But there's absolutely no reason it shouldn't be 16-9 in the next minute. Now, does he want to just be dead straight in the 8 ball? Problem with that's the angle in the 7. So he may well have to go a couple of rails here. Well, in fact, he won't. He'll probably just come back off it and leave a slightly more awkward cut, I would think. He could be brave and let it run and hope his pace judgment is right, but he could just come back off it or go across the table, whichever he wants. But either way, he's not going to have a gimme. Now that's got it out into the table, well off the rail. Quick look at the angle. Don't overthink it. See the shot and play it. Well, it is now 16 racks to 9. So Nikk is only 3 away from round 2. A match with semi-pro. A ball in the break. A 4 ball in the break as well. I don't know what the other one was, but he's not got any great shot in the 1 though. The 4 has gone, the 6 has gone. The 1 is sort of a no man's land shot, wherever you try and go. I mean, you could just try dinking it and putting left spin and going to the rail and getting behind the 5 and 9. He's trying a combo. And he's fluked a ball anyway. Well, now he's going to try and maybe play a really delicate one and brush the 1 and drop behind the 7. That would be the shot. Just a right delicate drop past the 1 in behind the 7. I mean, is he trying to make the combo? Because you can't get enough of the 1 ball to do that, to make the combo. So he's just going to try and skim it. And that will do. I mean, Tommyy can't get to the rail on the right side to try and kick it in, but he's going to try and bump into the gap here. He's not got much room to work with though. Gets the hit. Doesn't get the roll safe though. And that's perfect to drop in behind the 3. And the handy thing about where the 3 is, it's dead simple to get in the 5. Well, like many people, I don't know whether Tommyy was ever around in VP3. He wouldn't have known about Nikk. He certainly knows now. Well, I know what I always want to do here. I always want to go around the other side of the 9. You can come straight back across, but I always like to go around. That's perfect. So it's only 2 required by Nikk from Bulgaria. He's come up dry. Tommyy has a pot in the 1. He'll do well to get anything on the 2. It's a bit of a cutback though. I don't think he can avoid the traffic. Well, that's a good shot though. On the 2, but does the 3 go past the 6 is the question. Yes, it does. Just through the gap with the 5 and 6. And that could have almost scuppered his chances there. Needs to get up the table. He needs to get up the table. This is not a definite that this is going to go in. And he's going to have to cut this onto the 6, and that could catch the point, but it's gone. So Tommyy looks as if he's going to get to double figures. I was 3-0 down, but I took out your boy. He needs your safety training badly. Who's that, Slim? Or whose boy is it you're talking about? Well, let's see if the crowd will give Tommyy any encouragement.
Oh dear, outside, never mind.
Well, of course, the story of the match, Tommyy wins a rack, comes up dry, and again, the slight bit of a saviour is that Nikk hasn't a shot. But once again, Nikk looking for a push out. Now, again, if he just plays the push out somewhere here, he'll leave Tommyy the bank. Maybe as a bit of bait. That now gives Tommyy something to think about. That 1 will cut down the rail. Now, he could try and get back over. Well, he's gone all out for it. He's decided he's going all out for it.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
Now, 2 ball goes past the 9. Angles there. Well, he's played the 2-9 combo. Not messing about. Trailing by 6. And a ball in the break. The 5 gets kicked in by the 1. The 1 stays over the hole. The 2's wide open. The 3 ball's there. The 4 ball's wide open. Dare I say it, this rack is over. Well, I think... Well, I'm maybe going to curse him here by saying this, but this is possibly the first follow-up rack break and run by Tommyy tonight. But he's left it a bit late. Well, the trouble is, though, he's got to follow it with another one, and another one after that, to have any snip of a chance of getting out this hole. Now, he's gone dead straight in the 8 ball. He needs to watch what he's doing. Gets it clean. And it's another one for Tommyy. Trailing by 5. The crowd love an underdog. And, well, he's got a couple of balls in the break, but the one ball's gone to such a position that it isn't a bank. He's trying to duck for cover. He's almost got it. Now, quick look at that one. I don't think he can get enough of the edge of that to send it into the pocket down the rail. Can he? He'd need to blast it. Well, that's a foul. He's hit the 7. And Tommyy has another chance to get another one back. And once again, he can't afford any unforced errors. Straight away, he's got to get down the table onto this 4 ball. Anywhere in the bottom half of the table here on the right hand side. As long as he isn't behind the 7. And he'll have the 4 into the side, 5 up top. Yeah, Nikk, formerly known as Nikk from VP3, who, as I said this earlier tonight, I've never seen him online in VP4 until tonight. But he was obviously online when he signed up for the thing, but I've never seen him at all. That's the first time ever in VP4 in all its time it's been online, unless he's ever been on here under another name previous to that. This is the testy one. And it goes sweet as a nut. So Tommyy is creeping back slightly. Ever so slightly. The scoreboard's a lot healthier looking than it was 10 minutes ago. But he's still got to follow it up. It has to keep going. He has to keep getting the ball in a shot, or at least good control of the table. That's the paramount thing about every rack from here on in. Well, that jumped 8 feet in the air. But I don't think the important thing happened. I don't think anything's got into that. 8 ball needs to lock up on the cue ball. Well, in fact, he's actually got a ball. I was thinking if the ball hadn't gone in, he certainly wants to hide the 1 ball behind the, or a shot in the 1 ball with the cue ball behind the 8, but now he's the one with the problem. Well, he's got enough room, and he's looking at it to try and jump the edge of the 8 and cut that one into the side. What a shot.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
A cracker of a shot. And he's nicely on the 2. Oh, this is going to run on top of the 3, is it? Is it going to bump it? Oh dear. Just too much juice. Now he's got to duck for cover. I don't believe he's going to try the reverse bank. I think he's just trying to hide behind the 7 and 8. And I don't know whether he's got there. Because this is a 3-6 combo down the rail. I don't think Nikk will refuse it. I think he'll have a go at it. He's got to watch the cue ball though. And that's perfect. And the pace in the cue ball was perfect as far as preventing it from scratching. And that, again, is a poor safety from Tommyy. He didn't get the cover behind his 7 and 8, and it wasn't difficult. And look at what's going to happen. Where's the cue ball going? I think he's fine. Oh, this is a painful one. How long's VP4 been online now? Do you think it's taken that amount of time for people in Bulgaria to discover VP4? Well, that momentum has just taken a quick dive in this rack. Nikk is going to be on the hill. And that's a sore one. But it all came from that poor safety by Tommyy. He didn't get the cover and he got the ultimate punishment. And look at where the 9 balls ended up. Plus the fact the 1 and the 6 balls gone in the break. This is going to be a quick 3-9 combo for the match. I don't believe he's going to try and pot the 3. The 3's too tight past the 9. So as long as he can see the 3, and that looks pretty good if it bumps the 7. Well, is he going to play the 3 or is he going to build? In fact, I like the billiard onto the 9 better than I do potting the 3 onto it. But this for the match. And in it goes. And Tommy's last shot was that poor safety. And Nikk has beaten Tommyy. Nikk from Bulgaria has beaten Tommyy from Germany by 19 racks to 13. And semi-pro, I would get practicing because Nick's out to administer punishment given the chance. So that was well done. And well, if Nikk is only going to get better, let's just say he was playing average tonight, and maybe in his own opinion. And at the end of the day, if he plays as good as that, he's going to give anybody a match. So confirmation, if we bring up the bracket, that is. In fact, what we'll do is we'll check the bracket in a minute. Let's just look at the match stats for that match. Well, how the hell am I going to find that? Oh, it's trying to find him, isn't it? How's his name spelt? Is it capitals? No, it's just it is. It's a capital N. Let's see if we can find him. Oh shit! Hang on. Is that him there? We'll assume that's him. And Tommyy. And that is it Tommyy with 2 Y's or is it just Tommyy? Aye, it's the wrong bloody thing, isn't it? It's Tommyy with 2 M's and 2 Y's. Just bear with us, guys, to get my act together. There he is, down there. Right, so, break stats. Nikk had 18 breaks. In fact, Tommy's balls in the break wasn't bad. Problem was the follow-up. Run-outs from the break 4 for Nikk, 2 for Tommyy. But those happened too late in the match. Racks run 6 for Nikk, 5 for Tommyy. Again, too late in the match. Moneyball shot 17 going in. Well, there, Nikk did miss, I think, a couple of. He missed that 9 ball he had, so that took his percentage down from 100%. 17 shots and 16 going in. Tommyy was 100% when he got a sniff at the 9 ball. So, back to the tournament bracket, and confirmation that round 2 is going to be, where did it go? Oh, that's Friday night 9-ball, for God's sake. That's what I want to see. Confirmation down at the bottom for round 2. We have Nikk against Semi-Pro. We've got Rabbi, how did he say it again, against Bobby Barris. Sargo against Azad. Bankster against Bav. Brainful out against Lard. Eloquenti against Polka Bouter. Slims through to round 3. Chimpy's waiting in the winner of this match now. That's only got like a day or so left, hasn't it? The match between Chiku and Ice Age. So Chimpy might end up getting a bye one way or another. Because the winner of that, or whoever gets advanced, will play Chimpy. And then the winner of that will play Slim. You've got Stubb lined up to play Spectre Dawn. Those matches have to be completed by March the 1st, the round 2 matches. LS3's already through to round 3, so she'll play the winner of the match between Stubb and Spectre Dawn. Cobra's in round 2. He had a bye, and he's going to be playing the winner of Interchange X Mr. Fox if that ever goes ahead. We've got Rosine through to round 3. We've got Quagmire and Larry lined up. Quagmire having beat Snake Eyes in the final rack decider in round 1. MC Clarkey through to play Paul. And Albinario and Bill. A week tonight at 6:30 GMT. 6:30 on Friday night next week. It'll be Bill and Albinario. I'll be there for that. And we have Bedhead already through to round 3 to play the winner of the Bill Albinario match. So that takes care of the matches so far. The remaining matches in the schedule: Sergaresh and Mooncake Sunday night at 7 p.m. I should be there for that one. Linus and Viking is Monday at 7 p.m. And Bill and Albinario next week. Looking at Friday night 9-ball, let's go back to that. Where have we got to? Well, one lost side has still got a lot of work to do in it. Mr. Fox is waiting on the winner of VP Monster and One Pocket Slim, and we'll drop in that match. Well, Tommy, I mean, if you're still there, Tommy, there was too much self-inflicted damage on your own part, but I don't think the break did you any favours. But you know, that's what happens when you play a player who's got a fair idea of what they're doing and they're capable of potting balls. You know, you're going to get punished most of the time. And to be fair to Nikk, he did take advantage of it all through the match. Oh, the top half definitely is a lot harder. I mean, Semi-Pro's landed in his feet where he is, but he's going to have a tough match against Nikk. You know, if he plays sensible enough, and he's good enough to take advantage. The thing is, though, if Semi-Pro's in his game, he's going to be a lot more clinical than what Tommyy was tonight. But of course, the break has to work. You know, Tommy's made a fair handful of errors tonight that caused a lot of his damage. If Semi-Pro's in his game and he cuts out unforced errors, then he'll be a hard player to beat. Nikk might be a bit more up against it in that match. You never know. That's the strange thing about it. if the brake's not working for you, it doesn't matter how many balls you're potting. Find my Friday Night 9-ball screen. Hang on a minute, is that it? There we go. I found it. I've managed to remember that one. So, VP Monster from the USA, One Pocket Slim from the USA, and Monster is getting the last two. And, well, he's taking care of that issue. 7 and the 9 were locked up. He split them and the 7 ball over the hole. And he should have a 2-rack lead now. Of course, Mr. Fox is waiting on the winner of this one. Quick look at that one-loss side. Steve-O and Christian have gone to a final rack decider on the one-loss side. Meanwhile, Spectre Dawn is 2-1 up against Popman. Popman getting the 5 ball. That's generous, that. You know, Popman's got to make the most of that, provided he can get to the table, that is. I'll have another quick drink. Right, Tommy, good luck on the one-loss side. And look on the bright side. You don't think things can get much worse than they did tonight. So, Slim, trailing by 2. Having to do a quick response here to get back in touch. He's just got himself on the rail. So, you know, he's not going to take much of a risk trying to do a lot with the cue ball, I don't think. Anybody get the latest scores in the snooker tonight? There'll be 2 matches tonight, is there not? Somebody give me an update, please. Mind you, what I could do is I could bring the iPlayer up my phone and have a look at BBC Wales on there, couldn't I? See if I can find it. Where is it? iPlayer. Now where's the country thing in the iPlayer app on the phone? Don't see it. I don't see the country option on the iPlayer app. Current region, right, you go into the settings. Right, where's Wales? Why the hell? Oh, there it is. Right, just choose Wales. Come back out of that. Go to categories and find sport. Where the hell's the categories thing in this? Right, film. Right, got that. Comedy, sport. And bring up the Welsh Open. Start watching. I have a TV license. Well, it must be finished. All I'm seeing. Oh no. Is the snooker finished? Better shut the music down. Snooker must be over. Anyway.
On the promenade in Llandudno most.
Well, snooker must have finished. I think this is BBC Wales showing highlights already. Anyway, I'll get the scores on it. I'll leave it in front of me. Well, that looks a dead set 3-9 combo, doesn't it? Pretty much so. Not quite dead set, but easy enough to make. Problem is that it's not going to be there now that Monster's had to kick. And he's left nothing simple, but the reverse bank is on. Slim just looking to duck away here. I don't think he's playing the bank. He hasn't hit it hard enough to play the bank, and he hasn't got the cover. And two results have just come through. On the one loss side, Christian has beaten Steve-O in that final rack decider, 4 racks to 3. And Spectre Don has beaten Popman 4 racks to 1. Mark Allen was playing Robert Milkins and Joe O'Connor was playing Pang Junju. So both of those matches must have finished because it's they're not showing anything live. They must have been over fairly quick. So Slim back to within 1. Monster at the table. And he's looking around getting his bearings. And that isn't a great shot, I'm afraid. So the jump escape is on the cards. Gets the jump, needs a nice bump on this 7 ball, and he ain't got it. Now he's going to try and duck for cover behind the 9. And he hasn't hit it. Now is Slim going to throw the kitchen sink at it here and go for the cut up the rail? What a shot. He's going to have to bank the 8 though. And the cue ball finishes perfectly on the 9. So we're now back all square. 4 racks apiece. 6 ball has gone in. I don't know whether anything else went. But the 1 ball is very handy over the side. And just a little dink up table. If he wants to leave the 2 into the side or into this bottom left hand corner. He didn't want to bump the 9 on that side, but it might not have done him any harm. The only problem here is, though, it has done him harm because he's going to catch some of the 5 ball and the 3 ball's blocked by the 8. And it's going to have to be manufactured, this combo. He's trying to duck for cover again. Got to get to a rail, and he has done. I don't think he's got a full snooker. In fact, that 3 ball will cut. I don't know whether he's... yeah, that was the danger. The scratch was on. Just about to say that, and no sooner have I almost said it than he done it. They're showing highlights of Sean Murphy from this afternoon against the Wan Xijun, another young Chinese boy. I watched that this afternoon, so I don't need to watch any of that. I'll see the highlights when I get out of my bed tomorrow morning, because they're on the TV in the morning when I get up. I'll watch it then. See the 2 matches that I didn't see tonight. This is tough. Yeah, he went all out, but it was a tough cut into the side at that pace. And Monster, well, he's dead straight in 8, so it's just going to be a draw, and he needs to watch he doesn't draw into the... Oh no, is he getting the last 2, isn't he? Forgot about that again. Forgot about the handicap. Well, all the balls moved there, and something dropped, I think. And no shot in the 1. Again. How many times do I say that? Oh dear. But not a good safety. Let's have a quick look at the 4. The 4 is fine as long as you get this side of it. And he's got the angle off the 3 to do that. Get himself back up to where he was, more or less. Now, he may well be able to use this 9 ball just to push him back towards us, towards the 5 ball. In fact, he's caught it thin that he's went the other side, so that'll work. All square again in a second or 2. And remember, the winner of this match already knows his opponent. It's Mr. Fox's line in weight. Is that the hot seat match? It must be. Aye, it is. Oh, the yawning has started now. Oh dear. Well, this table is going to take something a wee bit longer to resolve. The break was dry. Monster's got a shot in the 1 and the 2. He's got nothing in the 3. So he's got to get a good safety off this 3 ball. Now, sticking himself to that rail just limits what he can do. He's trying to get up and get somewhere near the 3, but he's really got to duck away here. And he might even be now hampered by that 9 ball. Let's have a look. Now again, I think Monster's played about 3 safeties and they've all been crap. Not to put too fine a point on it. Slim trying the cut. He misses it. And Monster's got another problem ahead. Problem is the angle coming off the 3 ball. If he's going to try and go to 2 rails and 3 rails to get down and bump into the 4 and 5, he's got traffic in the way. That 7 and 6 ball are in the way. So I think the idea with this is cut your losses and just try and get up the top of the table without going to 2 rails, just straight up and down. But no sooner have I said that than he's tried to come up, interfered with the 6, scratches the side, and wee Monkey Boy is there. And that's the wrong button I've pressed, because that takes us back to the previous match. So Slim should be in the hill. He's just got enough angle to play the stun and get the cue ball out. But he's just letting it run. That'll work. So Monster needs to get a snip of a chance and take it if he's going to go all the way. But Slim has the break. But the break is dry. And Monster has the table at his mercy because they are all available. They've all got a pocket. There's nothing tied up. So failure to do so here is signing his own death warrant to the one lost side. Once again, anything but straight in this 4 ball. And he's pretty much straight, so now the problem is he's got to judge the draw. And that's well done. Now, does the 6 ball go past the 7? It does. And he's trying to get up to get in the side. This could end up in disaster. I think he's fine. Just and no more. And Spectre Dawn marches on in the one lost side. It's another 4-1 win against Jezdev. Who sent Spectre Dawn to the one lost side tonight, I wonder? Must have been Mr. Fox. Well, that is not the best of shots either. And another, well, the bump on the 8 and the 9 is fine, but it's a testy 8 ball. We only need the 8 ball, remember, and that's why I said it was testy. And Slim is going to have to go 3 rails here, I think. I can't believe he's going to leave the high cut. I mean, he's got loads of room to come around 3 rails and go over that side. No, he's putting loads of check on it to come this way. Yeah, that works as well. The pace is perfect and this match is over. So one pocket Slim goes through to play Mr. Fox in the hot seat match. And Monster moves over to that one lost side. So now Let's have a quick look. Who did he beat? Where's Spectre Dawn? Spectre Dawn was... Oh, it was Slim that beat Spectre Dawn. Sent him to the one loss side in a final rack decider. And is that bracket update thing set right? No, it isn't. Set it to 30 seconds. Well, that's still to update because VP Monster hasn't shown it on the one loss side yet. I don't see him, but he's going to appear there any second. There he is. He now plays Christian. Christian's getting 6 and out, so that's another tough one for VP Monster. Right, so now we have the hot seat match. And we've already looks like a scratch in the break from Mr. Fox, who obviously won the lag. Ball in the break was a 2-ball. Now, why does Slim want to play the 1-7 combo? Oh no, he's squeezing it past the 7. I've got you. Played it so he was rolling through for the 3. So this is a scratch match, no handicap. Friday night 9-ball is money ball handicap. In fact, what am I talking about? Player 2's getting 8-ball. Why did I think there was no handicap? Because I'll tell you why, because my brain is half asleep. That's why. I've always got an excuse. So, one pocket Slim is getting the 8-ball, which I don't think, in all honesty, makes a great deal of difference. Because both of these guys can pop balls and run tables. I had one of those. I bought one of those. Is it ZZ? What's the name of the brand? ZZ. I think the name of the brand. I might have got it wrong, but they do pasta dishes that you put in the microwave, and they do pizzas. So I got one of their pepperoni pizzas. Bloody lovely it was. It's a pepperoni pizza. It's like a handmade pizza because it's not round. It's just like one that's been stretched by your hand, and it's got a beautiful, obviously tomato-based base on it, or the sauce that's on the base of the pizza. Obviously pepperoni, but they'll get bits of chili on it as well, sort of slices of chili. And mozzarella, thick mozzarella on it. And they also supply you, which is a bit curious, they supply you with a little plastic bottle of chili oil, chili infused oil. So last night I threw this pizza in the oven. I think it said like 12 minutes. And while you're doing that, I had a little cup of warm water and threw the little bottle of chili oil into the warm water to thaw it out because it's obviously frozen. It's a frozen pizza. And so the pizza was ready, broke off the little end of this chili oil bottle, poured that over the top of the pizza when it came out of the oven, and it was probably one of the best pizzas I've had in a long time. It was beautiful. Is it ZZ they're called? I can't remember. But I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I'll have another one fairly soon. Meanwhile, one pocket slim getting the 8 ball. Just pots it there to go 2-0 up. Well, he certainly got the height in the cue ball. And the 3 ball's gone on the break. It's going to be a 1-2 combo. Oh no, he's played the bank just to make me look a fool. Well, I would think now it's going to be a long, straight 4 ball. What else is he going to do to make me look a fool? No, I've got that one right. Well, it should be 3-0 in a minute or so. He's dead straight in the 6, but he'd probably just kill it and cut the 7 up the table. I mean, there's nothing to cause a problem. The only problem is that the cue ball's running out to the left in the middle of the table off this 7 ball. That's the problem. So he may have to work the cue ball a wee bit here. And he's worked it reasonably well. The further over to that left rail it goes, the more it opens up the angle in the 8. So this is just, again, a quick glance at the angle and be sure and positive and confident that you're seeing the angle and play it. So 3-0. Well, now that I mention it, have we actually seen Mr. Fox at the table since I arrived in the room? I don't recall seeing him play a shot. Bear in mind I'm half asleep. The Slim has had another couple of balls in the break. 3's gone, 6 is gone, shot in the 1. Might just play a little dink and leave the 2-5 combo. No, he's running the cue ball. He didn't have to, but he's got pretty much on the mark. And he's maybe, is he going to be able to drop this in dead weight and still holding the 4? No, he's letting it run again this time because he's got all the room to run the 3 rails in a round. Well, this is definitely 4-0. Well, I say 4-0. That 5 ball's right in the corner of the pocket, so he's just got to get the, choose the right amount of this 5 ball that he wants to take to control the cue ball as best he can. And that'll do it. So it's all looking very simple for Slim. Well, whenever Mr. Fox gets a chance, if he does, he's going to have a long road back. 4-zip. And Slim's still getting balls in the break. And what's more, the 1 and the 3 have gone, and he's on the 2. 4 ball right in the middle of the table, and it's 5-0. Not much you can do in this game, or any billiard game when your opponent's at the table. You just have to sit there and bear it. And you can't exactly say Mr. Fox has played poorly, because we've not bloody well seen him. The game does look simple when everything falls into place. He's breaking, there's balls going in, he's always on a shot. You know, just keep potting balls all day at this rate. Well, 7 ball has gone. This time though, Slim's not got a shot, but he's making sure that Mr. Fox doesn't either. He's either going to have to jump over that 8 or go for the kick in the 1 ball. Well, that'll be good if it stays behind the 8. I think it just crept out. But has the 2 ball come to the rescue? Yes, it has. Nothing in that 1 ball showing. So, the first chance, really, for Mr. Fox to pot a couple of balls. And straight away, with that collision, he's gone funny on the 2 ball and immediately having to dig himself out a hole. And what's more, that miss has set right up on over the side pocket for Slim to help himself. Good evening to Bedhead. You're late to the party. You missed the match between Nikk and Tommyy. And in the end, it was a bit less of a comfortable win than it probably was looking like. Tommyy had a sort of late little run, but Nikk was very consistent for the most part. Tommyy made a few too many errors, didn't get any help in the break until late on in the match where he got 2 or 3 racks on the board. What was it? Was it 19-13 at the end of the day, or 19? I can't remember. I've forgotten what the bloody score was as well. But Nikk has proven that he's no mug, formerly of VP3, known as Niksana. A lot of people won't know that name, but veterans of VP3 will. And Nikk now goes on to play semi-pro in round 2, so that's going to be an interesting match. Nikk from Bulgaria. And meanwhile, Mr. Fox has had like 2 shots in this match that I can remember. And he might get another shot yet. Although Slim might get mean and dirty here and just lock him up. Unless he's trying the billiard onto the 9. He may well be playing the billiard onto the 9 here. It looks good. That's perfect. And it's 6-0. You might be the only one that's here, Bedhead. I think maybe some of the other guys have gone to bed. They've seen enough tonight. Look at where the 9 ball's finished. right over the bottom left-hand corner pocket here. The break is dry, and Mr. Fox immediately under pressure because he's got the 1 and the 2, and he's going to have to get up table to be able to play the 3-7 combo. Well, I was interested to see what level Nikk was playing at VP4, and it's certainly more than efficient. And he should be a handful for semi-pro. Although, as I said before you arrived and when the match was sort of finishing, I would expect semi-pro to be a bit more consistent than Tommyy was tonight, and that might make the difference in his favour. Well, Mr. Fox's chance to get a rack in the board has just been blown away there, leaving himself awkward in the 4, missing the 4 and scratching. And I'll tell you what else it is. I'll tell you what else it is in a second.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Yeah, it's that. That's what it is for Mr. Fox. So Slim is through to tonight's final, having sent Spectre Dawn to the 1-loss side much earlier on in the tournament. And talking about the 1-loss side, Mr. Fox now is over to the 1-loss side final, and Spectre Dawn and VP Monster are just about to play. Spectre Dawn having got through against Jesdev 4-1, and Monster with the same score against Christian. So they're about to go ahead to see who is going to play Mr. Fox, to then see who plays Slim in tonight's final. So the room is just gone up. We'll get ourselves in. Yeah, you were getting the break was certainly working for you there, Slim, for the most part. So, Spectre Dawn on the right hand side. The lag for the break. And Spectre Dawn is going to win it. And VP Monster is getting the 8-ball. Just looking to see, well, maybe Spectre Dawn will revise that, where he's breaking from, because straight off the bat, it's a scratch the break. And so Monster, with ball in hand, a little 1-3 combo to start with. The 2 having already gone. And again, Monster's just overhit that, way too heavy. He's fine that he bumped to 9. Could have rolled behind the 9 there. Again, VP Monster is very much more at home in the 10-foot table, so he's much more used to that sort of pace on the 10-foot table. So, like, I think Linus the other day when he was playing in his match in the 9-ball World Championship, he was hitting 10-foot weight for a 9-foot table, so he was overhitting quite a few shots. And I think sometimes that plays its part in some of VP Monster's shots. He's just overhitting some of them. Aye, something like that. on fire. Welcome to Fuzzy Dunlop. And welcome to anybody else that's still there sitting quiet in the corner. Meanwhile, VP Monster just needs to cut the 8 ball and, well, did he play the bank? We'll never know. But either way, he's blown it big time. That deserves another one of them. Yeah, that's another one. Brainful out on a roll. Shit hot is another one. Oh, he's shit hot tonight. And this is what VP Monster doesn't want. What he doesn't want is his gifting a rack to Spectre Dawn. What he also doesn't want is his Spectre Dawn breaking and potting 3 balls in the break. What he also doesn't want is his Spectre Dawn having a straight in 1 ball to get himself started. And the last thing he doesn't want is all the other balls lying wide open for him to go 2-0 up. And that's exactly what you've got here. Good evening, Rabbi. As in Rabbi Burns. Except Rabbi spelled R-A-B-B-I-E in Scotland. As in Rabbi for Scottish term for Robert. Well, Monster's got to be kicking himself. Because that was a sellout and a half in that first rack there. Well, Spectre Dawn's break looks dry. Problem though is, if you're VP Monster, you've not got a shot. He can try the bank on the one, but he's got to read the angle. He doesn't look as if he's playing the bank though. He's trying to duck behind. Is that the 8 ball up there? And well, I'm afraid it's another one of them. And Spectre Dawn sticking Monster back in trouble. But this time he's got the hit in the 2. Is it going to finish behind the 5? Well, at least he's going to make Spectre Dawn work for this rack, but whoever gets this 1 ball has got to be favourite to be running the table, because again all the balls are on. There isn't any problem. And in goes the 1. And the 3 ball comes to Monster's rescue. And Spectre Dawn has played a half decent safety. He hasn't got full cover, but he's certainly not left anything that can be easily kept safe here for Monster. Can only see a part of the 2 ball, and that's always going to send it towards the right side. The question is whether he can leave it awkward enough. And well, that 2 ball will cut, but again, Spectre Dawn quite content to leave Monster in trouble and wait for the opening. And as soon as Spectre Dawn gets that opening, i.e. if Monster doesn't hit this 2 ball, then this rack is over and it's 3-0. We can all see that coming. Well, he's played a couple of decent safeties so far. Monster's got the hit in the 2 ball. He's going to have no much joy in getting it safe, but it was a good effort to hit it. But that's the one thing that that we've always picked fault with Spectre Don. He spends too many Friday night 9-balls running tables, and he doesn't get an awful lot of practice with safeties, and he's going to need that. He's going to need that at some point as the World Championship goes on. No doubt about it. He's going to have to mix it. And again, it's not so much getting a safety, it's the choice of safety. It's where that cue ball's going to go, especially with push-outs and stuff like that. Meanwhile, the inevitable is going to happen here. Well, he's gone a bit straight in the 8-ball. And this is well into bedhead territory, this 9-ball. I mean, it's a good bank. Got to be the weight of the shot, but it looks as if he's playing the cut. And this time, he's went to the well once too often. And Monster's not getting anything easy here either, because you've just got to catch enough of this 9-ball. And you've also got to watch the cue ball. It will go the 9. It's well off the rail. You've got to just trust your eye and give it a hit. And the cue ball will stay in the table. And Monster staring at 3-0, because that's what I thought it was going to be. There's only one behind. Spectre Dawn going for the long jump over the 8, but it was one jump too far. So I think things are a bit tied up here where this 5 and 9 are. That 5 could possibly be cheated into the pocket. It looks a bit tight. That's a hard call, that, whether that 5 will cheat into the pocket. There's not an awful lot of room there, is there? Now, if this jump works out, and there's not an awful lot of pace in the cue ball, Spectre Dawn could try and get behind the 7. That's a possibility. Bank the 3-ball back up the table and try and get the cue ball in amongst those balls up in the top corner. Well, he's went all out for the bank. Well, it's going to be interesting to see if, well, first of all, Monster's got to deal with the 3 because he's the wrong side of the 3, and the 4's awkward where it's sitting. Well, I don't think he played the pot, but he's going to be in trouble himself in a second. And he's certainly not jumping out of that. Well, I think I'd be playing this at a dead weight to roll up onto the 3. I wouldn't be playing this with any pace to try and smash something here. I'd be doing as little disturbance as I could. Well, he's hit the 8 ball. That's a foul straight away. And even though he hit the 3, he's going to be in trouble again here. Well, he just got the ball to the rail there. Now, there is room to hit this 3. Again, I wouldn't be hitting it hard. Well, he can consider himself lucky that he didn't leave the 3 ball on, because he's now opened everything up. And now he's back in trouble again. Not quite though, but what he doesn't want to do is brush the 3 and leave a 3-9 combo. That'd be the numpty shot of the night. He doesn't want to do that. Well, he hasn't hit the 3 at all. Well, he didn't want to do that either. And he still has left a 3-9 combo. Maybe that was the numpty shot of the night, not actually hitting the 3. Well, the combo didn't go. And he might get out of jail. He's still got the problem with the 4 ball though. Now, does the 4 go past the 8? Yes, it does. And he's got to get the cue ball across. He's got the angle to do it. And that is pretty good. And it's going to be a 7-9 combo. So we're going to be all square one way or another. We've got there eventually. Two ball is going in. Something else went into the corner. The 8 balls went in as well. The 8 ball being Monster's money ball. He's on the 1. The 3 ball, a little roll through for the 3 into the side. 5 into the opposite side. Now, he needs to watch what he's leaving himself in this 5. He wants to stop the cue ball where the 3 is if he can, because he wants to drop through for the 6. So he's got to watch the angle in the 3. And that'll do. Just got to dink this in dead weight though, because the cue ball can leak away here. He's got to be careful. You see what I say about leaking away? He's just leaked away a wee bit too far for comfort. I mean, there he was laughing. Here it's a bit questionable. But he's controlled it well. Loads of room past the 9. He only needs a 7 and the 8. And he'll be in the lead. So Mr. Fox is waiting to play the winner of this to see who plays Slim in tonight's final. Monster breaks off, has come up dry, but he's come up safe. So here's one of these instances where Spectre Don is probably going to play the push out. I don't think he's going to try and kick it. and that was awful. That is the example of Spectre Dawn's choice to a push out there. He might have tried to tie the 4 and the 7 up, but the fact that we haven't the proper idea of whether he was or he wasn't, it just looked terrible. Meanwhile, Monsters played a shot just as bad, got himself hooked, and having to jump escape here. And for once, the cue ball stays on the table, and now he's back in business as far as the 3 and 4 goes. How does he get in the 5? That's the problem. Because that 8 ball, if it wasn't there, he'd have less of a headache. But right now, that's what he's got. And even if he doesn't get good in the 5, he's bound to be able to lock Spectre Dawn up here. So sometimes you're best to just take your medicine. And don't try and get lucky, just try and get decent. Well, he's got a choice. He can go all out for the cut, or he can play a safety. And in the end, he did neither. But Spectre Dawn is just going to get out into the table, I think. He's just going to have to get up here somewhere so he can see the 6 and pot it. And that's perfect. And that's a sellout from VP Monster. A poor shot on the 5. And we're going to go hill, final rack. Well, again, he's just got a wee bit of work to do with the cue ball, just to keep control of it, get it back out into the table. Big draw to the side rail, well under control. The semi-pro still there. You get any idea what happened in those 2 snooker matches tonight? They must have been over quickly, that's all I can say. Because they were both races to 5. And they were only using the 1 table as far as I know. There's well, I forgot who was playing. I said it earlier on, but their names went out. I know Mark Allen was playing. And one of them was a Chinese boy as well. Well, Monster's probably played his last shot on that 5 ball in the last rack because he probably won't be getting back to the table here. I was wondering if you knew the results, semi-pro. The snooker, oh, it must have been a mid-session interval, that's what it was. I thought the matches were both over when I went to the BBC Wales on the iPlayer on my phone. It was a mid-session interval. See, Robert Milkins is a brilliant player, that guy. He's got some cue power and he's very aggressive, but he's so inconsistent. He's been around for years as well. But on his day, he can run red hot, so he can. Welcome to repetition. Well, I'm assuming I didn't have COVID the last 2 weeks. It's just like a normal. I didn't really have a bad cold. I started off with a dodgy throat, and then it went to the nose, and it was like basically one nostril that was running for a week and a half. I mean, I've had worse colds than that, and then it went to my chest, and that's where it takes longer to recover, because I had all the build up in my chest, and that had to be cleared out every morning when I got out of bed. And then, of course, the problem as well is I wasn't sleeping because of it, because then I had a raking cough in my bed for the last 2 weeks. But I've had loads of them in the past. I know roughly how long it takes to recover and clear out, and that's me, 95% now, apart from the throat's still a bit rough with all the coughing and my ribs are still sore. Well, I said that was Monster's last shot he had on that, the poor shot in the 5-ball, and it was. So Spectre Dawn is going to have an opportunity for revenge with One Pocket Slim, who's lurking in the final. But to do that, he's going to have to overcome Mr. Fox in tonight's semi-final, as we call it, or I'll call it. So we're in the room. Mr. Fox is ready to go. Yeah, I couldn't do any commentary the last couple of weeks because I would have just been in coughing fits all the time. The voice wouldn't have held up. Well, it looks as if it's going to be a later one tonight, because what time are we at? We're at almost 10 minutes to 10, and the quicker that Spectre Dawn gets into this room, the quicker we'll have a final, and the quicker I get to my bed. I wasn't off work at all, because I had. I can't remember what time it was last year. Before Christmas. The months before Christmas, I was off. I mean, I'm usually unwell and then I'm off work, and usually it's a runny nose where I'm trying to work but my nose is streaming. And I had 2 times last year where I was off work, and one of them I went to work that morning. I went on the Sunday, and I had to come home. I just could not do my job. The nose was streaming every time I leant forward, and I just felt terrible. So I'm bailing out. I'm going home, and I was off a couple of days. As I say, this time I didn't have a full out streaming nose. I had one nostril that was bothering me, so I had enough hankies, so I could barely get by. When I really should have had a day or so off, but I didn't. Because the problem is, we don't get paid until you're off after 3 days off. If you're off a couple of days, you don't get paid. You don't get statutory sick pay like that. You have to be off longer than 2 days before you do. And then you pretty much probably have to have a doctor's line. Bear in mind, I don't see doctors. I believe the worst thing you can do is go to a doctor's surgery and end up catching diseases off all the poor buggers that are all sitting round about you. So, well, it's unusual that you see this on a VP4 game HUD, but Spectre Dawn is getting the last 2. as a handicap. But again, I don't think that makes any difference whatsoever, other than the fact he just has to pot less balls. And he's going to be 1-0 up already. But the last time I said on the stream the other night there that I have never called a doctor. I've never phoned a doctor and said I'm ill. I've never done that. The last time I spoke to a doctor was my new doctor, who I believe she's a woman. She might have changed again. You know, I don't know who my doctor is. I know who my doctor used to be. It used to be when I was a kid and growing up. It was a Dr. Duncan until he retired, and then this woman took over. And she might not be there now either. It might be another doctor that's my doctor. I couldn't tell you their name, whether it's a man or a woman now. But the last time a doctor spoke to me, saying was a doctor phoned me, I think the next day after my mother died. And I don't know, I was talking in the lobby the other day, and that's what I was saying. That was the last time I spoke to a doctor, and the first thing they wanted to do, it wasn't a case, it was a case of, oh, are you all right? What was the other thing? And then she wanted to offer me various types of medication, you know, happy pills. I told her to get stuff in no uncertain terms, and that's the last time. That's the last time she phoned me. You know, I've never been near doctors, because the only thing that sticks in my mind is the last time my mother or father, or my mother and father, went to see a doctor. They were both dead within 3 weeks. So I'm hedging my bets. So Mr. Fox knows what he has to do. He can't miss. It's a simple task. Is that going to get there? Yep. The only time I've been, well, tell a lie, I've been in all my life, right? Personally, myself, for any injuries I've had, there was one time to go to the hospital to get stitches. That's when I got hit over the head by a golf club. Oh, I remember that. Yeah, I get hit just on the left side of my eye, and I had about 6 or 7 stitches. It was like a boxer's cut, you know, like not just on the left side of the eye, at the corner of my eye. I had 6 or 7 stitches there when I got clubbed in the head by a golf club. There was nothing sinister about it. It was just me. I was only a kid, and I was standing in the wrong place when the guy took a swing, and I get clouted in the head and had stitches then. But when I was even younger than that, I remember at school, I had a guy on my shoulders. There was a bunch of us, and we were having fights to see who could knock each other's guy that they had on their back on the ground. And needless to say, me and the guy that I had on my back, we both lost, and we fell to the ground. The problem with that is another half a dozen guys fell on top of us, and when I went to get up, I heard a crack, and the shoulder blade had gone. No, sorry, not the shoulder blade. The collarbone had gone. And so I ended up looking like an American football player. You know how they wear what do they call the thing they wear on their shoulders? Is it a cage? You know, the shoulder pads. I can't remember the terminology for it, but I ended up going to the hospital for that. So I had to go to the hospital for stitches, and I had to go to the hospital to get an X-ray to look at my collarbone, and I had a fracture there. This was when I was at primary school. And so for I don't know how many weeks, I had cotton wool padding all round my shoulders and everything to keep my neck steady. And then I couldn't sleep at night then either because I couldn't lean back. The night before, if I went to the hospital the next day, the night before I couldn't get to sleep because I couldn't lie down because the bone would move and I was in agony. So that's the only times I've been to a hospital for my own personal reasons. But I mean, there are some people who just go to doctors all the time. If they have a wee twinge here or there, they go to the doctor. Scottish men don't do that. They suffer. Well, I'll say it's not too pleasant because when you're moving, when you're sitting back and you're sitting up, your collarbone is moving, it's flexing, and believe me, when it flexes and you've got a fracture there, it's damn painful. I can confirm that. The tears were streaming down my face that night. Right, so Spectre Dawn has a 2-1 lead. Spectre Dawn's break is dry. And Mr. Fox is he's a dinky little cut in the one. So dinky that he's overcut it. And the good thing about that is he's left it too awkward. But Spectre Dawn has avoided the traffic and he's got himself plumb on it. And he can go forward with a wee tweak of left English just to fire it off the rail and out. And it's going to be a 6-9 combo to seal the deal in this rack. Yeah, that sounds fun, semi-pro. And then, of course, after that, he said, "I'll never do that again." Yeah, I've never broke my leg or broke my arm. But the collarbone was a sore one. So there you go. Watch the cue ball. Cue ball's okay. So Mr. Fox is going to have to get a sniff of a chance and then not miss. That's the deal now if he's to survive. Spectre Dawn in the Hill. As I said earlier, it's a revenge match he's looking for with One Pocket Slim, because it was Slim that took care of Spectre Dawn in the winner's side in a final rack decider much earlier in the tournament. The one ball is on. Spectre Dawn's break is dry again. Well, you have to create something here with this 4-ball. And, well, I think he did go for it in the side. Well, that may well be it. In fact, I'm pretty certain in saying it will be it. The I've very little doubt that Spectre Dawn's going to get down to this last two. Well, anywhere in the middle of the table, as long as it's not behind the 9 ball. So, it's going to be Spectre Dawn and One Pocket Slim in tonight's final, Race to 9. Used all of the pocket, and we're just gone 10 o'clock. So, Mr. Fox is going to go home with more money than he had when he signed up for tonight's tournament. I'm pretty certain he will. Yep, he gets 260 V dollars, so it was 150 to get in. So he's come out with a profit. And, oh shit, this bloody thing. See this? This does my head in. Right, there we are. Confirmation. One Pocket Slim versus Spectre Dawn. And I just wish Spectre Dawn would go straight in and let's get it going. Oh, I'll tell you, now that you mention it, Semi-Pro, I'll tell you what I did once. I was either, I can't remember what I was running for, whether I was running to get in the house out the rain or I was running to the shops. But I went right over in my left ankle. I mean, my left ankle went straight over so that the whole left-hand side of my foot was right on the ground. And I was in agony, but I didn't feel anything break, and nothing broke. But it wasn't until a few days, and of course my foot swole up. The whole front of my foot was swollen up, right over in my toes, so I couldn't get my shoe on. And within the next 5 or 6 days, you wanted to have seen the colour of my foot. It had a huge bruise on it. It was virtually black all across my toes, and I had that for weeks, and I was in agony. Did I go to the hospital then or see a doctor? Did I hell? And the only reason I didn't is because obviously nothing snapped. But occasionally when I'm walking, and this would be what, I don't know, 40 years ago, occasionally now when I'm walking, I sometimes get a little click in my left ankle. When I'm walking, it doesn't happen very often, but now and again I might get a click, and I might get 2 or 3 of them, and then it disappears. But that's a legacy from that injury that I had. But again, that was self-inflicted. That was just, I couldn't bloody run straight. And, on the paving that we've got up here, I went over in my ankle. And that was a painful one. While Spectre Dawn is milking this, I wish the hell he would get in the room. There's 3 or 4 minutes gone. Yeah, I never thought that my foot could get that shape, that colour. In fact, my foot looked like the foot of a dead man. My foot looked like the foot of a dead man lying in a slab. Right, so One Pocket Slim on the right hand side. It's a scratch match, no handicap. Well, I think the best thing that could have happened that day was that I did break my ankle. I don't think it could have been any more painful. And my foot couldn't have been any more uglier looking 5 days down the line. It was a horrible shade. It looked as if I had beaten my foot with a sledgehammer. That's how bad a colour it was. It wasn't until Semi-Pro was talking about going over and, twisting his foot or whatever, going up and downstairs, that I remembered about that one with my ankle. I'd forgotten about that. What I do remember as well is we've got, we're not far from, I mean, we've got the countryside, within a few hundred yards of where I live. I mean, you can walk up the road and then you're out in the country and there's woods and everything round about. And I remember when we were kids, we'd just call it going down the woods. There was a river there, and there's a sort of hilly bit in it. There's a it was just a path. It wasn't a footpath then, it was just a path that had built up over the years. But there was a tree that used to hang out over this path, and the tree was on a big steep bank. But this tree was perfect for putting a swing on it. So some guys had tied a big rope onto this bough of the branch. Somebody had climbed up, and of course, naturally, that's where we all hung around for a while. Every night we'd go down to the swing, and they had tied a bit of wood, no, it wasn't a cross piece, just a lump of wood off a branch, and tied the rope round it, so you could then grab the rope, run up the bank, and then run down the bank, and you would swing out a great big drop, because the bank just kept going down. So there was this sort of path that with people walking on it over the years had built up, but the bank went down to the path, and then the bank continued all the way down the hill. So this tree, the bough of the tree had the rope on it, and you would run down the bank, swing out, and then jump onto the bit of wood. And so you would swing away out, and there was a huge drop. So needless to say, everybody was doing this night after night. And I think three guys eventually in total had broken their arms using this swing, where they had been out the swing, and then of course, then when the swing was coming back in, there was another guy standing waiting to join the other guy that was on the swing. So you'd have two guys in the swing and sitting in this one bit of wood under your ass, and the other guy would be hanging on. And then eventually it would swing back in, and it was who was brave enough to make three on the swing. So you'd have three guys out in the swing, and then needless to say, one would fall off, and eventually the rope would go. And I think in total 3 guys had broken their arms when this swing was there. I was never on it. I played my so-called mate at 8 ball, and I ran a table using a rest. You guys will be pleased to hit me with a cue so hard I couldn't play for a week. What, the guy hit you with his cue because you ran the table with a rest? I don't quite understand that. Oh, I mean, that was a dangerous rope swing. What was even more dangerous was 3 or 4 people diving onto it and swinging. Oh, aye. I mean, that was before there was any such thing as safety. Yeah, we used to get into all that sort of carry on. So, first blood to one pocket Slim. Well, this will be a good table to try and run out. Slim's break is dry. Spectre Don's got a cut back in the 1, the 2 balls in the open, so we'll give him those 2 if he can get them. When he's went the other side, bumped to 9 and held for the 2. The biggest problem in this rack will be that 3 to the 4. Well, that's taking a little bit of a liberty there. He's bumped to 4 and he's still got a cut in the 3. He's got away with it. My mother told me about my uncle, obviously her brother, my Uncle John. When he was younger, he had, I think he was either swimming or whatever in the river, or he dived in or something. And to cut a long story short, he had actually damaged his kidney. I think the impact was so bad he damaged his kidney. My mother said that, you know, this is when they all still lived in their house with my granny, and she said that he used to lie by the fire so he could get the heat of the fire to try and take away the pain that was in his back, because obviously that's where your kidneys are. But again, to cut a long story short, on that, he's a bit like me, where I probably take, oh dear, there's a big mistake, Inspector Don. He's a bit like me in the terms of he needs to be in death's door before he'd ever think of going to see a doctor. Well, he lay in front of the fire to try and take away this pain with the heat. And remember, back in those days, and where my mother was brought up, a lot of the Scottish villages around about that built up were all around the coal mines. So my mother was brought up in one of these villages. And my uncle, he used to be down the pit and stuff like that, but he lay for days in front of the fire, the old coal fire, to get the heat into his back, to try and stifle the pain. But at the end of it, when he went to the hospital eventually to get his kidney removed, that's how bad he was. Well, that's a bit of a numpty move, semi-pro. Yeah, it's amazing what kids will do. And, you know, kids don't have a sense of, at a certain age, they've got no sense of danger. And everybody must have had a mate like that, where they had no sense of danger whatsoever. So Slim with a 2-0 lead. The one ball goes in as well. He's going to be on the 2. And he's got a problem to deal with the 5. I think of the crazy things that we used to do when we were young. I mean, we used to, my mate, and I'm talking when I was like, probably, I can't even remember if I was at school at the time, but I was at least 4 or 5 years old. And I can remember my pal, I'd go with him, and his dad would take us a walk, as I said, up the woods. We'd go up the woods, but we'd go to the river. And at this point in the river, there is you could call it a waterfall, but it was just like a stone bank with stepping stones. And we never thought twice about it, but he used to stick us on his shoulders and walk across these stepping stones. And of course, the right-hand side here was a big pool of water. And under your feet, the water was gushing over the bank, and he used to stick us on his shoulders and take us across this damn thing. I mean, you talk about health and safety. No such thing as that in my day. I mean, if I put it this way, if you were walking along the riverbank and you saw this guy with a young kid on his shoulders and another 2 or 3 waiting to go on to get across the other side, you'd be saying, who the hell's this guy supervising these kids? I mean, it was, of course, we thought it was great. You know, he's never going to trip, he's never going to slip, and we're going to fall in and drown. That's never going to happen. We never even thought about drowning. Bedhead scraped his knee once. I remember when I had my chopper bike. Now that'll show you how old I am. I had a chopper, a rally chopper, and we went out on the bikes one day and we're coming down to a ford in the local river. This is the same river I'm talking about that runs through the woods as well. We're coming down to the ford. This is from the country roads up by the farms and everything. And as the road goes down to the ford, the asphalt surface breaks up and the old cobbles are exposed right near the water's edge as you try and cross the ford, where the water's running over the road. And of course I'm coming down on my chopper bike and I see the water's running over the ford. So I wanted to brake to just check the depth to see that I could cycle across it. So naturally I start braking and my front tyre goes into the cobbles, and the next thing I know I'm head over heels over the handlebars, smack my knee into the cobbles, and I've got blood running down my knee and to hobble all the way home. I remember that. I'm remembering all these accidents I've had. I had a sore knee for a fortnight. Did I go to the hospital then? No, just a bloody clean up and an elastoplast to cover the cut. That did neat. Right, so we're all square. Slim's lead has evaporated. Oh, Steve was in the room there, I just noticed. Having a quick look. Ball in the break is the 8 ball. Well, the 1 ball's going to cut into the side. But he's got to hope that he hits the rail and comes into the table rather than hitting a ball, because he might not have a shot in the 2. And he's went right into the middle of the top rail. Now, 3 ball is fine. It's just getting there. That's the only problem with this, is that the cut in the 2 is too thin. And he may well have to leave this at distance here on this 3 ball. That was a genuine over the handlebars, because if you're old enough and you remember what a rally chopper looks like, your handlebars, your handlebars went down in the middle. So you had that gap. So I went straight through the gap. Well, that's another little touchy shot, just getting the weight right. Yeah, I never had a BMX bike. But I do remember, I can't remember what bike this guy had, but we'd built a ramp. And I was all bravado. Who's going to go over the ramp first? Everybody said. And I said, I'll do it. But I when you say you're going to do something, but you've actually got it in the back of your mind that you're going to bottle out and not do it. Well, that was the idea I had in my head. And this was just a a square of wood that was on a couple of blocks, and on the landing side it was grass, but on the run-up side it was just a car park. It was just asphalt. So they had got this ramp, and the ramp was built up onto the curb, and then it was the grass, and then it had something like a couple of blocks of wood under that just to raise it higher. So they were looking for volunteers as to who was going to try this ramp. So Shug the Mug decided, I'll have a go at it. But I had it in the back of my mind that I was going to pull out at the last second and say, sod that for a game of soldiers. But anyway, as I was flying down the car park and heading towards this ramp, in the back of my mind, as I said, right, you're going to turn off and you're going to bail out. Whereas the other side of my brain said, sod that, just do it. So I just done it. And anyway, the guy's bike wasn't working after I'd done that because it couldn't take the impact, and that was the end of that idea. His bike was knackered when I landed, and I done it successfully, apart from the fact that his front forks were buggered and his bike was wrecked. So Slim has a slim lead at the moment, 3 racks to 2, that could quickly go to 4-2. So this Friday night tournament, Friday night 9-ball that is, has been on for 3 hours and 22 minutes. Slim with a 4-2 lead. And almost drops the cue ball stone dead. I think it's dry though. Did anything go there? Yes, it's dry. And I don't know whether Spectadon can see enough of the one. I don't think he can to try and cut it back. Let's have a quick look the other way. Well, it cuts into the other corner. You can see enough of it to do that, but the other problem is being able to hold the cue ball enough to still see the two. This is tough to start with. Well, that's perfect. That is perfect. And he's on the 2. That was a good shot. Who's Mark Allen playing again? And it's first to 5, isn't it? Who did you say was playing? Milkins? Was it Milkins he's playing? Aye, he is a good player, that Milkins. He's just not, he's not consistent enough to be in the mix. He's been around, as I said, he's been around for years, but he's some player, that Robert Milkins. I see Tony Drago has got a wild card entry to the World Senior Snooker Championship this year. They run that the week after the World Championships at Sheffield at the Crucible Theatre. So if you haven't seen Tony Drago playing for a few years, you'll be able to watch him in the World Senior Snooker Championship, or the Snooker World Seniors Championship, whatever they call it. Because he's got an invite, that's provided he shows up. Yeah, well, he was playing pool for a little while. I don't know what the hell he's doing now. But they showed a photo of him, you know, when they were announcing that he had an invite to it. They showed a picture of him. Of course, he's grey hair now, and he's also got the snooker glasses on. The old eyes are going. I wonder if he's slowed down any. There's a player that had all the talent in the world, but again, just doesn't have that. Never had that consistency. He was always there was always that mistake that he would make. You ever remember seeing that clip of Tony Drago in that qualifying tournament that he was playing? I can't remember what tournament it was. It's on YouTube. I think he was playing this. What was his name? Alan McManus. Go onto YouTube and you'll find it, and you'll see Tony Drago slapping himself about the head. You remember that clip? Because Tony Drago had miscounted and he conceded the frame, which I think was the frame that lost him the match in qualifying, and he conceded it to Alan McManus until it was explained to him that it was still possible to win. And when he realised that, and the referee offered Alan McManus the option to accept the resignation, Alan McManus duly obliged and accepted it, and packed up his cue and left. And Tony Drago, meanwhile, it then sinks in what he's done, and he starts beating himself about the head. Oh, you've got to watch that. That's hilarious. I mean, if he had a baseball bat, he would have smashed his skull in. He was smacking himself about the head. You could feel the vibration through the floor. Oh dear. Yep, I can guarantee you'll find that on YouTube. If you just type in Tony Drago beats himself up, you're bound to find it. It's funny. But you'll see then he had dark hair. That shows you how old it is. Meanwhile, back to more important matters. Slim's still got a 2-frame lead, or a 2-rack lead. We're not talking snooker, we're talking pool. It's 5 racks to 3. Was it the German Masters, was it? I knew it was some sort of qualification or some... I can't remember. But I just know he beats himself up. I mean, this looks as if he was having a mental breakdown. And I think not long after that, we never saw him again. So you tell me if that's the behaviour of a normal human being when he starts smacking himself about. Oh well, mistake from Slim. Is he going to get lucky? Might not be lucky enough. There's enough room to jump that. The only thing is, though, that Spectrodron's going to have to take a bit of the jaw and the ball because he doesn't want to follow this into the hole. Yep. He couldn't get out, though. Well, he's got to find some sort of safety here. He's not looking at the cut angle in this, is he? Does he think he can get this? Yes, he can. He could get it all day. So Spectre Dawn looking to stay in touch here. Stop Slim getting away from him. Oh dear. Oh, is he going to get lucky as well? Oh, he's got lucky, alright. Let's have a look. Can Slim get over the edge of the 7 at that distance? Well, I know I wouldn't. But he's going to try and kick it in. And that's perfect. So, the mistake from Spectre Dawn. Just when I thought he was going to get back to within 1. Again, it's a 2-rack swing. The other thing as well is what was the name of that Welsh player that not a lot of people have seen? He made a comeback. What the hell was his name? Semi-Pro will know his name. What was the name of him? Him with the grey hair and the glasses. That Welsh player, Semi-Pro. There's a player some guys need to see. He was some player. He played some shots and he could hardly see. I think he had a dodgy eye. What the hell was his name? Cliff Wilson. That's the guy. There'll be some video of him on YouTube. I think he gave up the game at one time and then he came back and he had a sort of little spell where he was in tournaments. But he could pot some balls, that guy. He was a Welsh guy that liked a pint. He carried his evidence of that around his waist. He'd suffered for his art. Well, Slim with a 6-3 lead and looking to stretch that to a 4-rack gap here. I doubt you'll see that. His band must be about up by now. I mean, what age is Stephen Lee now? He must be what? He must be well into his 40s. He must be about the same age as Ronnie. He can't be far off it. But I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. That video is on YouTube as well, where somebody's questioning him about the outcome of the ban and the fact that Stephen Lee was going to come back with evidence and all of this sort of stuff. You know, he was been a bit vague when he was being questioned, and of course, nothing. You've never seen the light of day. You know, nothing ever came of it. But the interest, it's not what's happening to Stephen Lee. It's what's going to happen to that bunch of Chinese boys. And many of them are all banned at the moment. They're all suspended. There's what, half a dozen of them. And what's going to be the outcome of the investigation of that? So that's more dirty laundry that's going to have to be sorted out. Well, Slim has his 4-rack lead. A nice little controlled draw shot onto the 4. Dead weight on the 4. Little stun up the table. And he'll be on the hill in a second or two. Well, I suppose if you go by, I suppose he's just the same as a prisoner, as somebody that's been in jail. He's been banned for what, 15 years was it, or 10 years? You don't get time off for good behaviour in that sort of ban. But if you do treat him like you would treat somebody that's been in jail, then he's served his time. Or he can't be far off serving his time. He's broken the rules. He's been punished for it severely. It's ruined his career. He made those choices himself, and he paid the price for it. So Slim, 1 rack away. The 5 ball in the break. And of course hooked in the 1. And he's going to be unlucky not to have a shot in the 2 of some description here. Well, that's extremely fortunate. Brushes the 9, almost scratches, but still got a shot in the 2. And he's got more than enough angle, but he's going to have to get right across to the 6 ball here off this 2. Now, is it going to catch enough of the rail to be able to do that, or is it going to catch the point? And that is perfect. That is perfect. He's got enough of the 3 ball. I think he has. Well, I'm convinced he has. Well, we're approaching the final stages here by the look of it. Oh, and commentator's curse has done it again. Slim rattles the 4. And Spectre Dawn survives. Or at least he looks like he's going to. Yan Bing Tao, I mean, there's a guy that won the Masters. He's one of the Chinese boys that's suspended at the moment. And look at that guy with all the prospects he had. Could have been a big contender for the World Championships. They're not going to be playing in that. I mean, all those guys may well have ruined their careers, whatever they've gotten involved in. Clearly something's went amiss, and it'll all come out in the wash. So, the miss by One Pocket Slim allows Spectre Dawn to survive at least 1 more rack, but he's got the break. And he's got 2 or 3 balls in the break as well. What went there? The 1, the 5, the 8, a shot in the 2. And he's going to have to be clever with the 3 ball though. Well, the 3 ball is a good 3-7 combo. He's trying to get up behind it for the side pocket, and that is excellent. Okay, he's went a wee bit further the other way than he would have liked, but at least he's got a shot. Doesn't want to finish on top of it, and that'll do. Now, of course, the question is how long can Spectre Dawn keep this going? Slim on the brink of winning the match. And immediately it's like a 2-rack swing. Well, as they come back on, as long as he can keep potting balls and having a shot, it's on the cards. 8 ball in the side, 3 ball in the bottom right hand corner. And he's got a shot in the 1. Now, ideally, he would want to come behind the 2. Can he come behind the 2? Yes, he can. Well, I think if he'd done something with the cue ball, he could have tried and bumped to 4 and finished better than this. This is no man's land. I thought that's maybe what he would have tried to do there and bump that 4 ball. But no worries, the 2 balls straight in. But again, he's going to have to recover again. These are all, they're not easy. Oh, the cue ball, he hasn't got a hold of it. Well, now he's got a straight choice. Bank into the side. And again, clean as a whistle. And so, Spectre Dawn continues the comeback. Or he's about to. Slim sitting almost on the brink of victory. Up as far as the 7 ball with an 8-3 lead. And he rattles the 7 ball. And since then he's had not a sniff. Spectre Dawn been all the way so far. And it's now a different ball game. He's back to within 2. Oh, the 2 ball might be pushed in. No, it's just hanging. It's dry. And now Slim with a wee bit of pressure on here has a chance to finish it off if he can. So earlier tonight we had a round 1 match in this year's 2023 VP4 9-ball World Championship. The match between Tommyy from Germany and former VP3 player Nikk, formerly known as Nikk from Bulgaria. And it was a win for the Bulgarian through to round 2. for a match-up with Semi-Pro. Could be a dangerous player. Most certainly will be a dangerous player. Well, Slim still has a problem. Is he going to be potting this? Well, he's got to get better on the 6 ball. He's left it a bit square. I mean, he should be fine, but how he finishes on this 7 ball is going to determine how he can deal with this 8 ball. Now, he might settle for the combo. In fact, I think he should. It's nowhere near set. And he could have done with just finishing there. But, you know, he's played enough one pocket and all of that sort of stuff to expect him to get this in. So this for the match. And a 9-6 victory. And in it goes. So Spectre Dawn has had the deed done to him twice tonight by One Pocket Slim. He wins tonight's Friday night 9 ball by 9 racks to 6. And all that remains for me is to say I am heading to bed, guys. I will wish you a good evening. Thanks for your company. And I'll see you again soon. Most certainly see you on Sunday night. There's a one-loss side match on, I think, about 6:30. I'll hopefully be there for that. So till then, take care. Well done to Slim. And good night all.
No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool. Nothing else.